Do dinner and D&D tonight. Have a good stream. Thank you, Haley. I appreciate that. Appreciate that a lot. Hello, everyone. Hope everyone is having themselves a good day, good time, all that fun stuff. It has been something for me. Whatever sickness I've been fighting, I think is mostly going away, hopefully. I would prefer if it did go away. But we're still a little physically weird. Ate lunch today and been sitting a little weird on my... Just being mindful of that. Good evening, War. Good evening, Coops. Hope you're well. We're making it. Had a good session today with my therapist and been thinking about some things that were said during that session. Hey, Zandy. But I had a good session. Was thinking about some things with that, and you know, I kind of posted it on Blue Sky earlier, and that, like, I don't know, I'm really struggling with it. Basically, I posted, how did guild meeting go? It was just an officer meeting, so it was fine. We got on the same page about what we're looking at in terms of some goals for early midnight. We're gonna have some follow-up with a couple things when it comes to things like item level type stuff that we want to try and push for season 1 of Midnight, like what item level we'd like to see people at, and try to keep it consistent between the two teams so that we we're kind of sitting on the same expectations as we need to, and then just kind of what we want to present to the guild in terms of goals for season 1 and stuff like that. So, and then I've got to get on the recruiting efforts to try and bring in some folks to help flesh out our mythic roster, potentially replace me. But no, I put a post up on Blue Sky where, you know, through the conversation that my therapist and I have been having, because obviously I've been 4.5 months now out of work, and I've had only 5 interviews out of over 400 job applications. Like, the market right now is just so shit. And so I got to thinking, what if I just drained my 401k that I have that was sitting on 6 figures worth of money? That would be enough to get me through the year, and I just really dive in and maybe try full-time content creation for this year. And at the end of that, one of two things is going to happen. Either I'm successful at it and go, or things don't change and I continue to do the job hunt thing. And then if all of that fails, then I probably have to move back in with my parents. So it's a huge risk. I don't give myself any safety nets doing it, and the pragmatist in me says no, don't do that. But at the same time, like, I kind of want to. So I've been a little bit of a debate with myself about it. Warlock, the new class in D4. Yeah, I saw some people say that. I saw some folks also pointing out that Diablo 2 has some new stuff coming to it. Going from there. No, all good, Coops. So yeah, so it's gonna be an interesting time for Diablo. I've never gotten into Diablo. I've never been able to get into Diablo. Just for whatever reason, I've never been able to latch onto that gameplay loop. Been a fan ever since it started. No, that's fair. I know it's this extremely successful franchise, and you know, there are people that play the absolute daylights out of the spec, or out of the class rather, and you know, shout outs to them for being able to do that. I personally cannot, but so for me, like, I just can't bring myself to kind of care about the news. Like, I care deeply about the WoW spotlight. The Overwatch one was curious, and it's obviously been probably the most noteworthy one in terms of a news cycle. You know, in the Hearthstone one, like, I tried Hearthstone, but like, my big issue with trading card games is that none of them ever seem to be able to match up to Gwent when Gwent was in its beta cycle, before they made some of the massive changes that they made. Like that, I was like climbing the ladder, like before they made all those changes that they made, like I was close to being able to potentially play in some tournaments with it. I qualify for some actual professional tournaments that would have sent my ass over to Poland. But they made all the changes that they made. I really hated all of it. I couldn't stand the changes that they made. It kind of destroyed the game for me, because it took away a lot of the to me, it took away a lot of the deck building and stuff like that. And I mean, and people accused early beta Gwent of being just a point slam thing, and I'm like, I mean, that's fine with me. And there was different strategies, a bunch of different viable decks started popping up. You know, there were like, I mean, I was a Skellige like specialist in a way. I loved the Skellige setups. And like, you had Cursed, you had Great Swords, there was a fleet build that worked out really, really well. And then there was Spellige, which utilized a lot of the spells of Skellige. And then the Cursed Skellige. So like, a bunch of different ways to go about actually getting like really cool or really interesting decks. And then like Northern Realms, you had your machines, which were the dominant build for a long time, but you had your infantry build, you had your Cursed Northern Realms. I really like Shield Northern Realms. You had the series swap build, you had Spellitel, you had the Dolbothana like movement build. Like, there was a bunch of builds in early beta Gwent that were really fun, and one of my favorites, actually, believe it or not, was Reveal Nilfgaard. That build was so fun to play, because if you pulled, like, it was pretty easily counterable, so it was never going to be like a top tier deck. But if you could pull off like the combos with a deck that wasn't built specifically to counter it, then, or had innate ways to build in, like Nilfgaard Reveal was like really, really difficult to maintain tempo with. Like, you know, I didn't win games by putting up 100 plus points on the board, but I won games by only having like 50 or 60 points myself, but I would keep them always below 50, because you would just hammer their board and attack their board constantly, and then revealing and concealing, and then revealing certain cards again to trigger damage procs and stuff like that. It was like one of the most fun builds that I played, and I climbed very high with it. Like, it wasn't until you know, I started making a little bit of a name for myself that people were like, oh, this guy plays Reveal, to where people started building inherent counters into their decks without costing them too much against some of the other meta decks. And then eventually I had to abandon it, and I went back to my to either my Skellige ships build, which was always pretty effective, or I went to my Squirtle swap build, which was awesome. So, but yeah, Hearthstone, I just couldn't get into. It just doesn't have the same grip on me that beta Gwent did for such a long time. Alright, so today's goal is going to be doing, so I was able to solo Heroic up to Farak and Emergicil, impossible to solo him without a healer. I had him at 45%, he started phase 2, and he just destroyed the Halt of Emergicil instant wipe. Yeah. I mean, even potentially playing a hybrid that can maybe throw a few heals themselves might not be a bad idea. So what, Monk, Druid, Paladin, Shaman, If you can get through and doing all that, that may not be too bad, but you just lack the quick AoE healing that a healer can provide. Because you have to heal, you know, you have to keep them protected until, you know, they get there, and it's really hard to do that when you don't have anything to prevent them from taking any sort of damage. So yeah, it makes sense that that fight is kind of weird to solo on a non-hybrid healer type. Alright, so we're going to do a weekly key on each of these characters and then see kind of what I'm feeling after that, if people are wanting or needing me in any of my characters that I need. I'm happy to help out. Otherwise, we'll be most likely hopping over to HOTS and just playing a few games of HOTS to close out stream tonight. Just for the kick of it, or I might do SWTOR, one of the two. Haven't decided yet, so we shall see. So let's do 3 to 5 keys because this character's kind of low item level. Got accepted to the first key that I applied to. That's super rare as a DPS. Alright, so let's see if I can remember how to do this or play this new rotation on Rogue. I don't know if I'm going to be able to or not, but we'll see. Because they don't have an AoE finisher, so...
We have suffered many losses against the Nerubians.
The way forward opens, and your fate entwines.
Since the decimation of our armada, we have, with its complement of cannons, it can... Wait. Who are those intruders?
Okay. Keep hitting Crimson Tempest out of habit.
Secure the deck. We need to gain control of the ship.
Forgot how I could get rid of that as a rogue. Still haven't played this class often.
Only one more ship and the Dawnbreaker is ours again.
Think we'll not go in there until Saturday on our main teams. Oh, okay.
We have learned to embrace the dark. Be afraid. Let it embrace you. The night guides you, empowers you. The shadows bless you. Let night be unending. Arms of the shadows. She's lost control of her magic. Get out of there. Into the dark. Feel night's embrace.
Overcome this trial.
The shadows bless you. Let night be unending.
Simple enough.
She's lost control of her magic. Get out of there.
God. Did I watch this out that short? I will actually be discussing that a little bit later on tonight, so if you haven't, I will warn you for spoilers.
Overcome this trial. Win my faith.
What do you mean, Kyle? Yeah, you gotta re-up that prime every month. Appreciate the prime sub.
They try to defy our faith. Instead, you have weakened their command.
I had to test your OBS links. I did fix those. Short isn't really spoilers per se, yeah. I don't agree with this, but okay. Lucky you subscribed when you did, Kyle. I got ads coming up in 3 minutes. Oh, I keep forgetting to,
Luckily, my daughter and her children are safe. You've weakened the commander and cleansed my home. Thank you.
It's like you know the timing. I'm not as like super deep into the lore as someone like Ashura is, which I mean, she actually, by the way, if you don't, she put up a cool video of all her conversations that she had about it on her stream last night up on her YouTube channel. So I'm not like that level of like in depth with the spec at all, or with the lore at all, but I definitely have thoughts and opinions. Some of them may be controversial. Because I have an opinion that Blizzard has fallen into a trap with how they write particularly female characters, and I already know that's going to make people big mad. And I also have just, honestly, it left me with more questions than answers. We'll probably do that in between keys here. Like, we'll throw it up on stream, we'll watch, and I'll kind of stop and pause, so I'll treat it like I do my reaction videos, minus the first reaction. Oh yeah, I did add that. He doesn't need all that. He just needed to pull that pack and it would have been fine. Instead he pulls the pack with fucker. You stand still. Make everyone else run. Like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, so I started up my Ko-fi page last night, or coffee, or however people say it. There's like 12 different ways people say that website. Right now, everything that I get for the moment, because I am okay and tapped into my reserves from like a pure financial standpoint, everything that I get on that website will be put towards my 2D model. I need roughly 500, but I'm going to cover the rest with my own money for the few artists that I'm looking at that are going to do do it in the style that I'm looking for.
Save Meryl's our champion. We'll drive the remainder of this shadowy lot from the city. No! They've sent a force back up and retaken the Dawnbreaker! If the Order of Light steals the Dawnbreaker, Meryl's will be defenseless. By the light of flame! What is that?
But yeah, I found a couple of artists to kind of do it in the style that I want. I also paid someone the other night because, again, I took a little bit extra out of my reserves so that I could do a little luxury spending, just because. Because if I frankly didn't, I was going to go somewhat insane. What? My brother. So you said I have a son? I do. He turns 9 next month. I'll be getting him again this weekend, so there'll be no weekend streams. Next weekend, the 21st, there will be a weekend stream. I'll probably, since my focus right now after WoW stuff is going to be, honestly, I've just been really enjoying SWTOR for kind of what it is. I'll probably do a longer stream where we try to smash through most, if not all, of the consular story that day, and then I'll start up another one. Took some PTO for the midnight launch. Yeah, I would if I were doing that. Like right now, like I said, I've legitimately been having the internal thought up in my limited brain cells that I have here about possibly just trying to dive in and do like a full-time what would a full-time content creator push truly look like. But I haven't come to a perfect decision on that just yet.
For now.
Okay, so I did a 13,000, 12.5 DPS overall, considering I haven't played this spec in a key in a long time. It's been a few months. I dabbled with it earlier this in season 3, but like wrong side. I don't consider that bad. I know there's a lot of things that, and I've got to get used to the new gameplay loop. So, all right, one key down. Let's jump on to the mage. Now the question is which spec of mage do I play? Do I keep trying to hammer the fire mage stuff home, or do I play frost, or do I play arcane? I'm kind of thinking about it. Had to sell some my stock in the company I work for. Send the orbs. Which orbs? Arcane or frost ones? Early last year due to lingering back problems, had to take almost 2 months off. Yeah. Gonna try Arcane in your trial tonight. I just don't feel like Arcane does anything. I mean, a good chance I'm playing it wrong. Completely real chance that I'm playing it wrong, but... Priority damage. Well, that's been Arcane's like damage niche for a couple of patches now. Is priority damage. Got massive buffs yesterday. I mean, I have a build, I think. I played it in the time walking key for kicks. Fuck it, we'll try it. Oh, fuck. Okay, hang on. Okay, let's grab Ye Old Talents. Okay, talent builds. Oh, Spell Slinger's now best? Oh, fuck. Okay. Well, damn it. Actually, no. I'm gonna do this the old-fashioned way. Alright. Because I really have to see how well the max level Devour is going to perform in Raid 50 Plus. I probably ain't going to play it. Like, right now, based off the current tuning, Havoc is unfortunately going to be sitting on the bench quite often this tier. I think Devour is going to be the Demon Hunter of choice for pretty much everyone. For every major, like, raid group that cares about their comp. Wait a second. Oh my Wowhead didn't sign me in. That's unfortunate. I think I'm gonna main your Fury Wearer. I mean, I think Warrior is gonna be in a good spot. Okay, and I'll just list my key for this, even though it's one I have. Did I end up getting KSL? I've got KSL on 3 different characters. My Ice Crown Demon Hunter, I do have it now. So now 4 characters. Yeah, so I got it on my Warrior, my Blood Elf Demon Hunter, and my Druid during the season, and then I've gotten this on the postseason, and then my Evoker's not far off. So yeah, I triple threat, not this season. I did not do it this season. I will do it next season. Alright, let's see. Let's have you buff my damage. You. I'll do triple threat next expansion. I just needed a season where I wasn't intensively healing. You should join us for the M Plus Sunday Fun Days. I'm not opposed to that, honestly. I know my group also does Mythic Mondays. It'll just have to depend on when I have my kiddo, of course. Alright, fuck it. Let's bring this rogue on. And let's bring this tank on. Yeah, I know that I've got like a group that I'm probably going to be pushing with. I'll probably mostly tank that group, so if I'm doing any not stuff with not the guild, I'm definitely going to I'll definitely be doing not tanking because then I'm probably going to end up tanking a lot during the season. So the other thing that I was kind of thinking about, and I talked about this a little bit with one of my other officers last night, is that there's a good chance that I don't actually, like, outside of leveling my Evoker, the Mage, and maybe now the Rogue up to level 90, I probably won't touch any character of mine for a while, for at least like the first month of the season, because unless it's like weekly key type stuff. Because hang on, it is hot in here. I gotta turn on my AC. Sorry about that. Yes, I said AC. It was 80 degrees where I live today. 80. Bullshit. But yeah, I'll definitely be because I have Vengeance, which is looking right now to be a haste crit spec. I've got Havoc, which is looking to be a crit mastery spec. I've got Devour, which is looking to be a mastery haste spec. Plus, I'm thinking about doing PvP again, so like, yeah. Haley helped me get KSM for the first time ever. I was always scared to do M+ until the dojo started doing runs. Like, I definitely sympathize with that. I'm glad you found a group like the dojo to do that. I always, like, my journey into M+ was different because I had my brothers, where the three of us would get together, do a group, and then try to find, and we kind of did keys, and we just learned on the fly. And so one of the things that, like, we didn't have that I'm glad groups like the dojo and stuff like that provide now is a place to, like, really teach people how to do the mechanics. And that's the big thing, because, like, that was the thing that got us the most, was mechanics and not understanding why certain mobs did certain things, particularly bosses. Like, we had to learn and trial by fire. And once we actually found a community that, like, started teaching stuff, and for me as a new tank, I started really learning things about, like, the importance of pacing and routes and stuff like that. That's when I really started to kind of grow as a player. So I swear, like, up and down, that if I had, like, had the opportunity to if I'd had the opportunity to learn in that type of environment, I think I would have probably hit some of my goals much faster than what I did. I don't regret the journey that I've been on. I think it informed me in a lot of ways what I needed, like the things that I needed to learn and stuff like that. Lord, my bro, do you have a cleanse? Hello? Probably because I'm...
You have been randomly selected for death.
Oh, my brother in Christ. Get probably to early access to 2 weeks from now. Yeah, it's close.
Surrender. All. Contraband. Who triggered the alarm? Intruders in my city. Not for long. You should never have come to Tazavesh, stranger. All contraband will be confiscated.
D a little bit.
Return to me. Let us hear how loud you can scream.
My brother in Christ, you are lucky we got burst damage. Holy shit, are you lucky we have burst damage.
You should never have come to Tazavesh, stranger.
I'm afraid of my golds for season 1. What are you afraid of?
Will be confiscated. Rally to me. Prepare to be interrogated.
Oh, triple threat?
No trespassing.
I think it'll be fine.
You should never have come to Tazavesh, stranger. All contraband will be confiscated. Return to me. Let us hear how loud you can scream. Papers.
Which aspect of it scares you the most? Like, I'm pretty confident you'll get the DPS one in no time.
A necessary tragedy. Unfortunately, we have now thrown the ire of cartel so.
Both healing and tanking. Yeah, I believe. Yeah, they've changed, but like, I mean, I've played both, and they are like, the last boss of Skyreach is going to be interesting. I'll think if I heal you in keys. Okay.
Cartel Sai has a profitable venture. Hopefully this inclines them to aid our own.
I have no problem doing that.
What I need is a distraction. Shut. This beast will do nicely. Wait, how did that beast escape from its cage?
Cartel Zai is not responsible
Are there going to be people from Doja that are going to be pushing keys out from the start instead of waiting until the end? Hopefully. I mean, that's honestly, like... I think the thing that people, like, worry about the most is that, like, oh, we're going to brick a ton of keys. Yeah. Yeah, you are. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, we won't have a choice but to do normal dungeons because they are not opening up heroic until the season opens. Heroic dungeons until the season opens, so...
Rampaging beasts ruling your day. We have the solution. Watch as my assistants act. Imbecile, turn it off. Thank you all. That concludes our demonstration.
Cleanse yourself with annihilation. Overheating. Ending animal. Prepare for purification.
Probably need to increase the time that it says that message.
Cleanse yourself with annihilation.
Palamon clearly doesn't know that I got greedy.
Well, what is left of it?
A simple matter. In return, ask only for Cartel's signature.
Our signature is a fair trade, especially if it results in your departure.
I'm gonna hold my cooldowns for the mini boss just to get him out faster. Garbage is going to be a pain for everyone. Yeah, that last boss in particular, I think, is going to be one that will surprise a lot of people. Which is how hard it's going to be for them. I mean, my experience with the trash on that last boss from the beta keys that I've done have not been that bad. Could obviously be way off. Yeah, I wasn't standing in that. Not with the health that I was at. I don't know what's going on, but some of these guys have no clue what they're doing, I think. And that's unfortunate. That was a rough boss, but it is what it is.
You are quite welcome, whoever you are. Now, we are in need of Sousa's signature. May I tempt you with my wares? Ah, yes, thank you.
Beam the hydrates. And I gotta refill here, so. Get that hydrate. I'll have to refill after this, but after this we'll be doing the Xalatath review. Oh, did we get the bug?
You are bad for business. You are bad for business.
Bug by not switching over to the proper set of passwords on the NPC. Are you kidding me? Blizzard, come on, guys. Okay, well, fun stuff getting a bug there. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick break, refill my water, and then either we'll try this key on an 11, or I'll see if I can sign up for another 12, and then we'll do the Xalatath cinematic, and then do my last two characters, and then we'll see where we go from there. So give me a minute to go to the bathroom, and we'll be right back. Alright, I'm back, I'm back. Sorry about that. Alright. So what we'll do is we'll see if we can get into a 12, because at this point this character is at... Probably at the point... Well, I'll do 11 or 12. I just don't want to do streets again. Let's see. Can I get in? We'll see what I can get into. And then I'll switch up the music. Because Dim Rain, I love you to pieces, but... I'm at the Shadowlands version. I want the streets. got the night for all those keys? Yep. Those streets. Dude, everyone has a fucking streets key right now. What the shit? Alright. Jesus. Why is every key streets, man? Oh, fuck it. They'll take me at this point. I might as well. Every key is streets. Might as well re-roll my damn key. Finally something other than streets out there. Why is every goddamn key streets fucking killing me, dog? We need to test something with this microphone later on. We'll see. We'll see if I have an idea for something. So we'll see. Fuck it, I'll start joining these keys that have almost no one in them. Just because they're not fucking streets. I'll tell you to get me in, but I got a raid in 25. No, that's fair, dude. Quick question, Kyle, with Arcane and the way you use your clear casting. Do you use missiles purely in single target and then your orb clear casting proc in AoE? Is that how that functions? Was I reading that correctly? No? So it's missiles only if I don't have an orb. It doesn't reset orb, I don't think. So even on clear casting, if I have no orb charges, it'll still allow me to orb. So like if I just for kicks fire off both of these and let me get an actual one, so it'll still allow me to see. It doesn't allow me to use orb. So in cases like this, would I then missiles? Like if I don't have an orb charge? You would sit on. You just sit on the clear casting until. Okay. Got something that isn't. So not even in single target, like no missiles ever. Like this build, you might as well not even have it on the bars. Okay. I'm gonna keep it on mine for now, just because I do play other, like the other builds. I'm sure there are other builds for missiles is important, but yeah, between that and Pyroblast not being used below a certain health thresholds, I know that's gonna be a thing as well. Nice, nice, nice. Let me get inside. Oh, the healer left. Oh, fuck. Okay. So now we wait. Yeah, there's quite a few things that I think get tuned a little bit before Heroic Week happens. I think Mage has got a big one. Obviously, Missiles probably needs to be buffed. Pyroblast probably needs to be buffed. Like I said, Fire is not using it at all. Like, you just don't care about Hot Streak, and that kind of goes against everything that they designed the class for. trying to think of other specs that I played. Devastation just got a massive disintegrate build, buff, which was desperately needed. It's gonna help scale Commander quite a bit, but also help Flame Shaper. I mean, Havoc's somehow not getting even just an aura buff. I was actually just looking at that on my phone. Tumcat and Dumbcat. Okay. Yeah, the thing is like, well, Doravon I don't really trust. He has some very questionable decisions / takes. But Porum, I do believe. Preheat, I don't totally trust about fire, but he's also been playing it longer than playing it quite a while, so like he obviously knows something, but like Jesus. I'm paying very close attention to the guide writers for Devour, because like they have very different opinions from each other. For I believe from Icy Veins to Wowhead, and then my opinions on that also differ from them. So it's like an interesting dynamic, so to speak. So we shall see. All right, hopefully, the fuckers get here quick.
You've got another incursion, and you need some to defend it. I know you're good at this.
Do me a favor, let me know. Wow, I somehow turned the volume way down on my mic. Sorry about that. No wonder things weren't being weird. Oh, that didn't shing like I wanted it to. That's a shame. Okay. Well, scratch that idea. This dude must have the worst loading screens of all time or something. Alright, let's hope this doesn't bug out in weird, stupid ways. What in the God's name are you doing, sir? Oh, I should have reset the, I can do that now. Fine. Oops, hit the button too early.
Resist. Yes. Resist. And yet, the void still grows.
Yeah, no kicks. Oh, our druid died. That would explain a lot. I wasn't sure what the fuck he was doing, so I couldn't figure out a way to... I didn't know when to hit hero because he fucking didn't say anything. Oh, I should have removed curse off myself. Forget that I have that. Oh, I'm gonna die. I fucking hate Shimmer sometimes. This route is cursed as fuck, y'all. Gonna stick to Frost tonight? Okay. Yeah. I think some of it's like, I don't know if I just have more comfort with it or not. I just don't feel like things are as impactful with this build right now. But, I mean, I'm also probably wildly misstatted for it. Like, that's unfortunate.
Resist. Yes, resist. And yet, the void still grows.
It's just like it's not really doing the damage profile that it's intended to do.
Overcome
My guy's a little afraid to... He's a little afraid to pull big right now. Oh, I missed those. Whoops.
overcome this trial.
Dude, actually ran out of mana. Okay. I mean, 18k, not terrible. I wouldn't say it's great. Also, this guy's fucking relogging in the middle of a key. For what goddamn reason? This druid does not set up his ramps.
Overcome this trial.
Oh my god, the druid did not roll his HOTS well. Okay, now I'm gonna vote to abandon this thing, because Jesus Christ.
We've got another incursion, and we need some defense.
Okay, let's grab a
You're good at this.
arcane build, or a frost, the updated frost build, because like this is just insane. That build doesn't feel like it's doing anything. Let's make sure the crossbow hadn't changed. Are we still playing Spell Slinger? Yeah, we are. Okay. Don't want to do streets, but fuck it. Oh, almost choked on water. That would have been fun. If I don't find a key here shortly, we'll do a reaction analysis of the Xalatath cinematic here in a little bit. I'm gonna give it like 5 minutes. At 7:10, if I haven't gotten into a key group yet, then we'll put this on pause and we'll go over the Xalatath cinematic. We'll just see how it goes, because right now, not great, Chief. So playing the good old LFG filter. Mainly because I don't want to do Streets of Wonder again. This character's always going to struggle to pug groups in because of not really because of eye level at this point. Like most people understand that 140 is not terrible. It's strictly because of IO, because I've only got 750 IO. Alright. Well, we're not having any luck, so looks like right now. There's nothing in the queue, dude. I'm gonna have to list my fucking 11 if I want to get something done on this character. What do my other tunes have? Please don't have streets. Gambit and Floodgate. That's fine. Okay. So let's do this. Alright. So we are going to pull World of Warcraft. Let's look at this cinematic trailer. Let me adjust over to my Final Fantasy VII screen for this. Okay, good there. Good there. All right. So our opening shot, of course, is the Void Storm, or the gathering Void Storm that we have here on an unknown planet at this point, with our Void Meteors raining down, Annihilator DA style.
Nexus King. Zalatath is supreme. Join us. Or be consumed.
So we're showing off Nexus King being in the fight against Zalatath, which makes sense considering he was a raid boss in the raid that was against Zalatath, and Zalatath was helping us like push through to him. So, but one thing I like this artistic design. It's very arcane in a lot of ways. Obviously, without the smoothness of the animation that Arcane has, because Blizzard didn't invest $350 million into the animation alone, like Riot Studios did. So it's definitely something where it, like, starting off making sense.
My ethereals will never be found again. Zalatath be damned!
He talks about never be bound again, no matter what. So, as someone that didn't really, I'll be honest, I didn't fully pay attention to the story of Koresh. How does he end up where he does then? I don't remember the story of Koresh that well to know that this is how, the Nexus King ends up getting where he ends up getting.
Retreat! Run now!
I love that. That's a fun horror jump scare. They're using a lot of horror film elements in this cinematic, which is awesome. And obviously we get Zalatath and her famous face. Zalatath teleported him into the void after the fight. Okay.
Stay. Let this pointless resistance be done.
Zalatath.
For eons, you and your people have been slaves, fed scraps. But I offer you a freedom beyond imagining.
Empty promises. What do you know of our suffering?
This definitely like points to the ethereal lore. Like if you don't know the ethereal lore, this is going to be a place where you want to go look it up. I know a little bit about the ethereal lore. But it's one of those situations where if you don't know the ethereal lore, I think that line will really confuse you. But it's one of those situations where, like, if you, like, for me, as someone that was aware of the ethereals in Netherstorm and that story, but was very rusty on it, it doesn't strike as hard as I think they wanted it to.
They say that I am the harbinger of the void. That I am the blade of the Black Empire that was. There have been many tales told about me. But I'll tell you the truth no one living has heard. Once, long, long ago, I was mortal, like you.
And I think that's the line right here that is catching the most curiosity slash criticism is I was once mortal like you. And for me, this is kind of where I started to have a little bit of a problem with this. I love the horror design elements to this, trust me, I do. Um, but they're starting to do this thing where every villain has to have some tragedy that forced them into villainy. And it's beginning to be overused. Um, so Sylvanas obviously has everything that, like, she's forced into service into Arthas. It's like a, tragic villain slash anti-hero type that we can get behind. But then they tried to add on this layer of the whole thing with the jailer. They tried to make her this, like, the ultimate villain by essentially trying to commit genocide on the burning of Teldrassil. But then throughout the story, they made her more and more redeemable. And I have a problem with that. I mean, I had a problem with them making her kind of the out and out villain that they did. She was always worked best as like a level of gray where, she would work with the Horde, do what's right by the Horde, but also was trying to do what's right by the Forsaken. And so adding that extra sort of jailer manipulation, like you want to make her feel bad because it came across as not all of her decisions were her own, it kind of destroyed the character and destroyed everything good that was cool about her and interesting about her. They're doing that with Xal'atath now, in my opinion, because she started out as this voice inside of a Black Blade in Legion that escaped, and we saw a little bit of her in BFA with the Crucible of Storms raid, and she had this kind of like aura of interesting about her. And then we get to this expansion in particular, and she's, kind of like this villain. Like, yeah, people adore her. People think she's gorgeous and amazing and hot, whatever. Everyone made their goth baddie chick jokes and stuff like that with the expansion and launch. But the reality is that if you really paid attention, like, oh no, she's hot, yes, but the reality was that at the beginning of this expansion, they really wanted you to know that she was going to be a problem, and she was a villain that you have no remorse for wanting to go after and take out. And you get teased with it with Illyria's chase basically throughout the entire first patch of the War Within, leading into Nerevar Palace. And then as the expansion has gone on, they've wanted to reveal more about Xal'atath's character, but I think they've fallen into the same trap that they fell into with Sylvanas. Oh, she's a popular antagonist. People really like her. How do we go about making it so that she's not completely... Like, we need to do things that you don't like, but at the same time, we know that there are going to be people that are like, she can do no wrong. And so what they did is they fell into the trap. Instead of just committing to making her insanely evil, they are adding little bits and pieces. So we see in 11.2, when we're in the Undermine, how she starts to have cracks in her plans and stuff like that, where she's like, okay, no, this is not what I had planned, but I tried to rely on someone, it didn't work. Like, that's all fine and well. But then we get into this patch, and I think they've really done a lot to hurt the character of Xal'atath. Because now all of a sudden, because of Dimensius, we're working together with her, even though it's made abundantly clear that neither side trusts the other. She doesn't trust us to be able to defeat Dimensius, and we don't trust her to do anything redeeming at all. That's made extremely clear, but the problem lies in the fact that she had to do it in the first place. The fact that they felt like they had to go into the enemy of my enemy is my friend territory, I think is really, really frustrating because they dip to that well too often. Sylvanas, enemy of enemy, was my friend. We did that in the Shadowlands last patch when we took on the jailer. In Dragonflight, Veranoth was an enemy of my enemy, was my friend. She was an enemy. We're given zero reason in all of Dragonflight's stories within the game to be like, why are we, like, hey, she's okay. Here's the 3 primalists. We know we're killing Farrak in one of these patches. We know Iridikron is probably going to be someone that we'll come back to later on, but where does Veranoth fit in? And the answer became within like one quest chain, she was an ally and accepted by by Alexandria, no questions asked, basically. And I found that to be insulting. And now they're doing it with they did it with Xal'atath, where it's like, okay, yeah, there's this quote unquote bigger threat. There's always bigger threats. But that didn't stop us from, that didn't stop Gallywix from doing insanely ridiculous villainy things. It didn't stop, the jailer. Jailer was not the biggest threat from the Shadowlands expansion. Let's be real. He was the final boss, but he was not the biggest threat. Didn't stop him. Like, they don't do a good job of allowing villains to just be villains sometimes. And they're making the same mistake, in my opinion, with Xal'atath. Now they're adding on this, oh, I was mortal once, and now this insinuates, and we'll see here, that she was kind of forced into this servitude. It wasn't done by choice. She was forced into it, and now it's like, it's falling down the same traps that killed Sylvanas' character, and I'm really not thrilled with it.
I lost my world, just like you. I drowned in hatred and vengeance, just like you. But the one thing I've learned over in eternity is that survival is all that matters.
So the vibe that you get is that she was soaked up by the void, but of all the souls that Dimensius devoured on her homeworld, because it's clearly Dimensius that is doing the work there, how did she end up where she ended up? And why is she so fucking powerful now? Like, we're meant to see that, oh, her world was devoured. That's like insinuating that we should be feeling sorry for her. I'm sorry, I don't. I just don't. And the fact that we are given the incentive to feel bad for her, to me, I really hate it. I don't like it.
What I'm about to do ensures survival for all our kind.
Our kind?
You are one of us. You are void now. You may flee, but only I offer a true path forward. Survival and more is at my side. And you can lead them all. The choice is yours.
So Salhadar joins Zalatath. Again, someone that knows, remind me, why are we talking about this in why are we fighting him in the raid? Like the whole thing just kind of like it didn't raise any question. It didn't really answer anything. It didn't for me it didn't generate the hype around from a story standpoint, the hype around Midnight. What it did do is I love the themes that it took on with the gothic horror style approach. A lot of camera angles doing that. The the part where basically she was just ripped out of her body, you know, where she was seemingly not all that old, or she was in at least a small frame. Uh, those are like super impactful shots, and obviously the people that talk about the Disneyfication of Warcraft and like there's no more war in Warcraft, like they kind of don't have room to say anything here. Um, so I really do appreciate that, but that cinematic to me, like it's very cool. It's a fun watch, but when you kind of dig beyond the surface level of it, I think it's extremely flawed, and I just have problems with it. So, but again, someone that knows the lore a lot better than me will probably be able to um, do more to explain things better, and I will watch someone like Ashura's video on it. But like, it just, I just walked away with like cool theme, some cool visuals, some cool moments, but and I don't want to feel that way about cinematics like that. I want to be able to sit down and when I watch a cinematic like that, like have some questions answered, yes, but then also get hyped for it. And unfortunately, because I think about these things, and when I thought about it for more than 3 seconds, I lost a lot of the hype that I had. And to me, that's disappointing. So we'll see. All right, back to our regular scheduled keying. Those that walked away from the computer because I was watching the cinematic, totally understand that. Please, you can come back now. All right, will this floodgate go better than the last one? Let us see. Let's get the music back. Okay, we're up to a better start.
Overcome this trial. Win my favor.
Alright. Okay. Messed up my rare frost timing here. And we wait for him to put that on. Not sure where he's going with I'm gonna save all my cooldowns for this. No orb, no blizzard, anything like that. It's pretty low pack. Sorry for not being chatty. Some of those that don't know, I tend to get like locked down when I'm playing keys. I need to put counter spell up on up a bar here. No wonder things kind of felt weird the whole time with me trying to find my counter spell.
Well, well, what have we here?
You guys stay right where you are.
Welcome to the firing range.
Playtime!
Slow down and enjoy this. Pow! Kapow!
I'll get him, boy.
Overcome this trial. Then
Stand still! I ain't done with you.
Slow down and enjoy this.
Probably shouldn't have used that cooldown there, but fuck it. Alright. So far, so good. Wonder if I can get avoid these without getting into combat. Hell yeah, buddy. I don't have any comparison, but I think my DPS at item level 141 is pretty solid. And some of it's like this spec is kind of stupid, right? $33,999 car part. We're either gonna be right on count or just shy. Kind of no in between. Got greedy. Paladin just fucked himself. We love that about it. Wait, that hunter defensive?
Overcome this trial. Win my favor.
Heroic, we don't really want to patch our parses under 93 average. They seem chill. Good. If you don't mind me asking, what guild was that? Company 2 on Mal'Ganis? Okay. Well, hope things go well. Are they like a CE pushing group, or are they just like a AOT CE or like mid to late mythic group? Okay. So would not fit what I'm looking for right now, but hey. Hope it works out for you. And you found a, you know, place of good people to raid. Just looking for 2 days a week. Yeah. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, a lot of people think that, like, if you're quote, they, you know, they W an AOTC Andy, but like some of the best players that I've ever played with only ever want to go to AOTC. You know, they don't care about Mythic rating because of a bunch of different factors. I mean, honestly, if I didn't want CE at least once, badly enough, and maybe I find a guild that's like, hey, these guys are, you know, guys and girls and non-binary furls are all like great people, and maybe that's like my home. But like, you know, that's like my new WoW home, and I just continue to do it because that's just part of the whole gig. But I mean, it could be a situation where I find myself going CE, and then I just maybe get a CE, and then I find that I don't like that level of push and commitment, and I can step back to an AOTC group and then just focus on keys. After that, because I mean, that's the thing that I enjoy the most in WoW is doing keys. Like, yeah, this was only an 11 floodgate on a character. Like, it is what it is, but like, just the process of doing keys for me is quite fun. Let's see, did the buffs change what we run on dev? My gut says no. No. Okay. Problem is I don't have a great night schedule to do shit. Yeah, no, that's completely fair. All right, we're doing 12 Gambit. I'm gonna sign up my key. See what we can get happening. I'm just gonna do one on this tune and then one on the Demon Hunter, and then we'll kind of see from there. I'll heal. But can you even still get the triple threat title, or is that over? Oh, during the season. Okay, well, that's fine. Dude, somehow I missed Tank too. Jesus Christ. Okay. Yeah, let's switch out the rock. Let's do some tavern music. Just a little change of vibes. Music? YouTube crash? I forgot to hear that poll. I'll hear the next one. I hate not having a heal. Oh my god, Paladin. I don't know if this guy's not keeping up his shield or what, but holy crap. Also, the music is loud in my ears.
See how your wisdom prevails against the might of the Titans.
Got caught on random item number 10. Of course.
Desecrate these halls.
I gotta remember I put Blossom on a new keybind. Okay, I gotta fix this real quick.
Selena's arrogance will be her downfall.
So I can slam him.
A taxing journey.
Yeah, DPS is pretty solid.
It's true.
Let's see what 16.5. Survival's just really overtuned right now, so. Whoops. I need to use my Lumathars. I'm not very good about that. I'll use it on the first set of that thing that he does with the fireballs. See, you gonna go do it? You gonna do the good strat?
But not enough smarts to stay away from. Apologies, Captain. Please direct your grievances towards my associates.
Keep going to kick. I forgot to lust on the first pull. We're not gonna have lust for the start of this, and that's gonna suck.
A chest of gold to whoever brings me their time. All hands on deck! All hands on deck! Take no prisoner! Take no prisoner!
Ooh, that got a little bit out of control. I always forget to charge my headphones before I fucking stream, dude.
Must you hound my every step?
You cannot control this power. The artifact belongs in a museum.
Only the withered and dead belong in museums, like your cartel.
All the rifts went off. Yeah, no, we're so fucking good on time. Like, we would have to do something seriously stupid in order not to time this at this point.
I will unmake you. Guards, remove these pests. Oh, the stars are mine. This power is vast. Bow before cartel's soul. Oppose me and be extinguished. How dare you hinder me? The tools of creation at my command.
Oh, timing out somebody. I saw that they followed the stream yesterday.
I can feel them all. The tools of creation at my command.
Is it more the people from yesterday's Andy?
The tools of creation at my command.
Okay, I didn't even see their chats or anything like that.
Bow before cartel's soul. Oppose me and be extinguished. How dare you hinder me? The tools of creation at my command.
Oh, you saw it in mod view and banned him? Ah, okay.
The first ones hid these artifacts with good reason. They were not meant for us. I am grateful our paths crossed, War Walker. These troublesome pieces will reside where they can do no more harm and be studied by Cartel Al. Until our fortunes meet again.
Well, at least it's now putting those folks into mod view so that, you know, they don't even get out of that. Because, like, right now I have, like, just a box that allows me to see both YouTube and Twitch chat, so I'm not even paying attention to, mod views or anything like that. This is why you have me. I take care of you, and I appreciate that, Zandy. I appreciate that a lot. Like I said, it's actually good that now it's like Twitch is kind of catching that it's like, hey, a ban evader. If you could DM me the... Oh, I guess I can go grab it out of mod view, I guess. I can go grab it from my video producer and stuff like that. Well, nobody's really sitting in my YouTube chat right now, so... But if they popped up in YouTube chat, I would ban them there too. It's not a big deal. But what I'm gonna do, honestly, is I'm going to gather up the names of all of this, and I'm actually gonna email Twitch support tonight after stream, because like this is just, it's dumb. Like I don't have the time nor the desire for this, and they can investigate whether all these accounts are coming from the same IP. In which case, I'm requesting an IP ban, so that person can't fucking do anything on Twitch from that IP address ever again. Now, VPNs and shit like that'll, you know, allow them to get around and things like that. This account was only created yesterday. Yeah, they followed the stream 21 hours ago, which I noticed. But given that they've been the one like serially like following the stream only to do what they're doing, I haven't been shouting out any offline follows that happen. So it is what it is. Like I said, I'm gonna file everything I need to do to send them along to Twitch support, and go from there. But it's good that it's sitting there. And the fact that like all of their if I recall, No, no, they're random numbers. Okay, never mind. Get the healer before the other two DPS. Okay, we have our battle res. What the shit?
We got another incursion, and we need some defenders. I know you're good at this. Uh-huh. They're not even getting, like... It's getting worse. As long as you have my back as mod, I got you. Yeah, no, absolutely, dude. Like, my approach to the... I'm going to go ahead and just announce this in front of everyone that's watching now. My approach to mods is going to be that, like, I trust you guys to know what's going to be best for the community. That said, if you do something that's fucked up, I will call it out. We will discuss it. But no, I 100% trust that you know what you need to do in order to keep just the space as safe as possible. That said, like I said, if you do something that's kind of messed up, I will discuss it, but like, I trust you. That's why I agreed to give you the role. So yeah, no. This makes me realize I gotta fucking talk to Twitch support, and that's gonna suck. Whatever.
Yeah, absolutely, Zandy. Like I said, it's my standpoint, as long as you and I are on the same page with like doing right by how we want to approach all of this, not just for like obviously this situation, but for you know, but for what comes in the future too, for anything else that comes up, like I got you, you know, and I'm gonna, you know, like I said, as long as I sit there and go, yep, everything he did was correct within how I would want it to be done, I'm gonna stand 10 toes down. But I've unfortunately been in communities where the person sees their mods as being infallible, and unfortunately those communities die very quickly when that happens. So I'd never want to take that approach. Like, we're all human, we all make mistakes and stuff like that. But you know, in fact, I was in a community not too long ago that actually had a mod that became part of the problem, and they ended up removing that person from mod, you know, and ultimately banned that person from the community. You know, if it ever got to that point, I would, but, you know, at the same time, I'm also confident that, you know, because of the trust I have in you, it's never going to get to that point. Dude, I need someone to stop blowing up these bombs. Getting annoying. There are streamers that were good, and then at one point they became toxic to the point they turned their entire community. Yeah, no, look, I've always said, my goal here is just to let people learn and enjoy, and then find like a place where they, like, for those that want to like try to learn more about the game, can feel like they can learn about the game. You know, and I just want this place to be like a place where people can feel like they can hang out and kind of unwind and, you know, kind of be themselves after putting on faces at work and shit like that. You know, and I'm not sitting here saying that we can't ever have fun, we can't have banter, we can't have moments where maybe we disagree on things. But as long as everyone's doing it from the perspective of we just are trying to have a good time, then I have no problem with that. But if it ever gets to a point where anyone feels like it's too much, we'll cut it off. And that includes me. Like, I fully expect you to where if I'm doing something and it's like toxic or a little bit bullying to the point that it's like not comfortable for you to feel like that way, I expect you to message me and be like, bro, enough. You know? Because we're all, like I said, we're all human. None of us are perfect. You gonna res him? Forcing you to do things plain anywhere expands people. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Like, people like that, like... I'm sorry, like, I just don't... I don't see... Like... Yes, there is... Like... I think it's okay to complain about Blizzard, but I think it's... There's ways to go about saying, hey, like, this doesn't feel good without it being, like, angst-filled, right? You know, like, I even talked about it earlier. I don't know if anyone heard. I think maybe Coops was here for it, but, like, their latest cinematic, I thought was, like, thematically very cool. I love the goth horror theme. Yeah, I understand that for sure. I've been like a substitute mod, if that makes any sense. But nothing long term where I've had that. Even then, I would, you know, if someone was possible ban evading, I would usually reach out to the streamer and say, hey, what do you think? And you know, and they would tell me yes or no. So like, if that situation comes up, like, feel free to message me and say, hey, what are we feeling? But for the most part, like, if you, like, if you, like, in this situation, obviously, you kind of know what's going on. And so, in that case, I trust you to make the right decision, and, like, they can come at it from all the ways that they want to, but... Oh, the man has the runs. He's trying to do keys. Because, like, my stance is that if you don't feel 100% confident in a decision, like, what you feel like you should do, I'd rather you ask me. In which case, I can be like, that's on me, than anything else, so... Like, if you ever feel like you're crossing into quote-unquote mod abuse territory, make me make the decision then. Come on, you bitch. Yeah, for sure. One thing that I'm looking at possibly doing, and I mean, I'll let you guys also kind of control some of this because it would involve you, would be I'm looking at the possibility of creating a server specifically for this stream. So that I can implement things like different bots and stuff like that for go live purposes and things like that. So that people can know when I'm going live and stuff, and just give another a place for people to want to, if they want to sit out and chat. I'm like perfectly down with that. This is gonna hurt. Oh, we beat the timer. Holy shit, we beat that timer. You focus on this. Honestly, this is gonna be the last one that I do. Although I kind of, now that I'm thinking about it, I wish I could have responded to that person and said, well, if you have a husband, go spend time with him instead of harassing some dude. Like, clearly your marriage isn't that happy if your idea of fun on a random weekday is to harass some guy that's just trying to play video games, but, like, they're not going to focus on that. They're not going to care about that. Dander. My dog? Why would you hero there? Okay, sure. Healer's going to go get that. Almost hit my Shadow Meld button. That would have been bad. this boss. He feels like he's taking forever to kill. DPS harder, Kyle. Think I'm good? Never fucking remember with this route. Got to greed that void meta, didn't you? Fire stream chat boxes over your Mythic Plus add-on. Oh. I forgot to switch back. Yeah, I switched to that view for the talk about the Zalatath cinematic, but forgot to switch back because I'm a genius. That's why I need a frickin' yeah, no, I need to get a stream deck just so that I can. Or I just stop being a bad streamer. There's a free stream deck version for phone and tablet. Yeah, I need to do that. I've actually debated the idea of getting a tablet just so that I can use it to act as like a stream deck and a little bit to like manage and monitor certain things as well. Oh, EDA Dawnbreaker, Priory, Streets of Wonder. All the keys are fucking Streets of Wonder. Alright, well, I think that's good for me. I did my 4 hours that I planned on doing. It's 9 o'clock, which is the time around that I planned on stopping. So, let's see. Is there someone that I can go raid to? I would like to see who's in the WoW sphere tonight. We'll just send this over to Christus. He's streaming right now. I haven't rated. Oh, I've rated her recently, but like, not a lot of my other people that I like to raid into playing WoW are playing WoW right now, and I like to keep things in the WoW sphere because, like, I mean, if you guys wanted to do ASMR, then I'm happy to send over to ASMR folks, but we'll go from there. But we'll do the Christmas raid. Tomorrow, we'll probably make it a dedicated Star Wars Old Republic night, since I've got the weekly keys done. And then Friday, I'll be in Dojo raid, and then we'll do some variety after that, depending on what's going on. So that's the plan for the next couple of days. So appreciate everyone for sticking around, hanging out. Like and subscribe to the YouTube channel, all the videos there. I've got some shorts that are going out. I have my Demon Hunter video that released recently. And then I'm in the process right now of doing all of my guide writing for Evoker and for Demon Hunter. So that's in process now. I hope to have those out right around the time of early access is when the Demon Hunter guides will hopefully start coming out. And then go from there. I'll be on beta to record those most likely. So yeah, exciting things are coming over the next couple of weeks. I'm just trying to find time to fill the gaps in between and go from there. So you guys have a wonderful night. Go say hi to Christus. Just give her a quick shout out, say hi. If you have to dip after that, please dip after that. And take care of yourself. So appreciate you guys. Have a good one.